Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The Mediterranean stretches endless as silk beneath the October stars, its surface catching moonlight like scattered diamonds on dark velvet. The luxury liner Aphrodite's Dream cuts through these tranquil waters with the steady grace of a floating palace, her twin smokestacks releasing gentle plumes of steam that dissolve into the crystalline night sky. The ship's brass fittings gleam amber in the warm electric light spilling from her portholes, while somewhere far below in the engine rooms the rhythmic pulse of mighty pistons creates a lullaby that vibrates through the very bones of this floating world. From the promenade deck, passengers can taste salt air sweetened with the distant perfume of Greek islands still hours beyond the horizon, and among them, something glimmers briefly at a lady's wrist before disappearing into shadow. This is the autumn of 1928, when ocean travel still possessed the romance of adventure and the glamour of escape. The Aphrodite's Dream represents the pinnacle of maritime luxury, her Art Deco interiors gleaming with polished chrome and exotic woods, her staterooms appointed with every comfort the modern age could provide. She carries in her elegant belly a collection of souls as diverse as her cargo, industrialists seeking Mediterranean investments, archaeologists bound for excavations in ancient ruins, socialites pursuing the season's most fashionable destinations, and, travelling in quiet comfort in his own well-appointed suite, the Belgian detective Hercule Poirot. The ship's dining salon occupies the heart of this floating palace, its soaring ceiling supported by columns of green marble that seem to glow from within under the warm radiance of crystal chandeliers. Each table bears crisp white linen that catches the light like fresh snow, while silver service gleams with the kind of polish that speaks of generations of professional care. The air carries the mingled fragrances of excellent cuisine, fine tobacco, and the subtle perfumes favoured by ladies who understand that true elegance whispers rather than shouts. Tonight, as every evening since departing Marseille 3 days ago, the salon fills with the gentle music of civilized conversation, the soft percussion of crystal against crystal, and the rustle of silk and taffeta as the ship's most distinguished passengers gather for the ritual of dinner. Madame Theodora Vasilikos occupies what many consider the salon's most coveted table, positioned near the grand windows where she can observe both the eternal drama of the sea and the more immediate theatre of social interaction unfolding around her. At 62, she possesses the kind of beauty that has transcended mere youth to achieve something more lasting, an elegance of bearing that speaks of confidence earned through decades of navigating the complexities of high society. Her silver hair, swept into an elaborate chignon that showcases the graceful line of her neck, provides the perfect backdrop for the jewellery that has made her famous throughout the capitals of Europe. Tonight she wears a creation of midnight blue silk that seems to capture and hold the light of the chandeliers, its simple lines allowing her magnificent jewellery to provide all the necessary drama. Around her throat, a necklace of graduated pearls catches the light with each breath, while her ears support droplets of sapphire that seem to hold fragments of the Mediterranean sky. But it is the bracelet at her left wrist that draws the eye like a magnet, a creation of such exquisite craftsmanship that it seems to exist in its own pool of light, silver worked into intricate patterns that speak of ancient Greek artistry married to modern technique. The bracelet tells a story in precious metal, its surface decorated with tiny scenes from classical mythology, Athena bestowing wisdom, Apollo driving his chariot across the heavens, Demeter blessing the harvest with gentle hands. Each figure has been carved with such delicacy that they seem almost to move in the flickering candlelight, their faces bearing expressions of serene benevolence that suggest the artist understood these gods not as distant powers but as familiar companions. The silver itself has been worked to different textures, some surfaces polished to mirror brightness, others deliberately dimmed to create shadows that give depth and mystery to the overall composition. It belonged to my grandmother, Madame Vasilikos explains to her dinner companions, her voice carrying the faint accent that reveals her Greek heritage despite decades of cosmopolitan living. She received it as a wedding gift from her husband's family, who claimed it had been created by a silversmith who learned his craft in the workshops of Constantinople before the great families fled to establish new lives in Athens. Whether the story is true, I cannot say, but the craftsmanship suggests hands that knew secrets passed down through generations of artisans. Her companions at the table leaned forward with the kind of polite interest that expensive jewellery invariably commands. Dr. Edmund Hartwell, the distinguished archaeologist whose excavations in Crete have filled several museum halls with treasures from the Minoan civilization, adjusts his spectacles to examine the bracelet more closely. His fingers, permanently stained with the dust of ancient ruins, hover respectfully above the silver without quite touching, as if he understands that some artifacts are meant to be appreciated rather than analysed. "The iconography is fascinating," he murmurs, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of a scholar who has spent his life surrounded by beauty. The style suggests late Byzantine influence, but the execution has something distinctly modern about it. The artist understood classical forms but wasn't enslaved by them. See how Apollo's chariot wheels seem to catch the light? That's a technique I've only seen in work from the past century. Madame Vasilikos smiles with the satisfaction of someone whose treasure has been properly appreciated. My grandmother always said it held protective powers, that the gods depicted would watch over the wearer. Superstition perhaps, but I must admit I've never had cause to remove it since it came to me after her death. It seems to have become part of me, like a second skin. The conversation flows onward as dinner progresses through its elaborate courses, each dish a small masterpiece presented on china bearing the ship's distinctive crest. The wine steward moves between tables with the reverent attention of a priest tending to sacred rituals, ensuring that each glass receives precisely the right vintage to complement the evening's offerings. Around them, the dining salon hums with the pleasant activity of people who have nowhere urgent to be, nothing pressing to accomplish beyond the civilized enjoyment of excellent food and agreeable company. At a nearby table, the violinist Marcel Duchamp tunes his instrument with the careful attention of a craftsman preparing his tools. Tonight, as every evening during the voyage, he will provide musical accompaniment to the dinner service, his violin singing melodies that seem to capture the romance of travel and the mystery of distant shores. His case lies open beside his chair, lined with dark velvet that cradles his instrument like a treasure chest. The violin itself gleams under the chandeliers, its wood polished to a deep amber that seems to glow from within, while the silver fittings catch and throw back fragments of light that dance across nearby tables. Marcel possesses the kind of intense, artistic temperament that attracts attention even when he sits in silence. His dark hair falls across his forehead with calculated casualness, while his clothes suggest someone who understands style but refuses to be enslaved by fashion. There's something almost magnetic about his presence, a quality that makes conversation pause when he enters a room, as if people instinctively recognize the presence of genuine artistic passion. Tonight he seems particularly focused, his dark eyes moving restlessly around the dining salon, as if searching for inspiration in the faces and gestures of his fellow passengers. The ship's social hierarchy reveals itself in the careful choreography of dinner service. The most distinguished passengers occupy the tables near the windows, where they can observe the eternal drama of moonlight on water, while being observed in turn by those seated further from these coveted positions. Conversations flow in carefully modulated volumes, each table maintaining its own bubble of intimacy, while remaining aware of the larger social theatre unfolding around them. The waiters move between these islands of conversation with practiced discretion, appearing precisely when needed and vanishing the moment their services are no longer required. Among the distinguished passengers scattered throughout the salon, certain figures command particular attention. Lady Pemberton, travelling with her daughter to escape the London season and its tiresome obligations, occupies a prominent table where her pearls and sharp wit create their own form of entertainment. Her commentary on their fellow passengers provides a running soundtrack of observation that's both cutting and curiously affectionate, as if she understands that everyone aboard shares the common bond of temporary displacement from their ordinary lives. "That woman's jewellery could finance a small war," she murmurs to her daughter, nodding discreetly toward Madame Vasilikos. "Though I must admit it's quite beautiful. There's something to be said for understated magnificence, especially when one has the confidence to wear it properly." Her daughter Margaret, a young woman whose modern sensibilities sometimes clash with her mother's Victorian certainties, watches the Greek lady with unconcealed fascination. "I wonder if she ever worries about wearing such valuable pieces while travelling. Pirates may be largely extinct, but surely there are other dangers for a woman travelling with such treasures." Lady Pemberton's laugh carries just enough volume to suggest she doesn't entirely mind being overheard. "My dear child, a woman who has survived 60 years in society has faced perils that make pirates seem like children with wooden swords. I suspect Madame Vasilikos is quite capable of protecting herself and her treasures." At another table, Professor Victor Stavros sips his wine with the careful attention of a man who understands that life's pleasures should be savoured rather than consumed. As a scholar of Byzantine history, he finds himself particularly drawn to Madame Vasilikos and her remarkable bracelet, though professional courtesy prevents him from staring too obviously. His years of study have taught him to recognise genuine antiquity, and something about the silver jewellery suggests layers of history that extend beyond its obvious beauty. The professor's companion, a young American named James Whitmore, who has spent the past year studying art in Paris, lacks such restraint. His enthusiasm for everything European leads him to lean forward with unconcealed curiosity whenever the bracelet catches the light, his modern sensibilities delighted by the encounter with what he perceives as authentic old-world glamour. His comments punctuate the evening's conversation with observations that reveal both genuine appreciation and the kind of innocence that comes from encountering sophistication for the first time. "It's like something from a museum," he whispers to Professor Stavros. "Except it's right here, being worn like it was just another piece of jewellery. Don't you find that remarkable? In America, something that old would be behind glass with a velvet rope around it." The professor's smile suggests long familiarity with such American perspectives. Perhaps that's the difference between nations with long histories and those still creating theirs. In Greece, the past isn't something to be preserved behind glass. It's something that lives alongside the present, informing every moment without dominating it. Madame Vasilikos wears her grandmother's bracelet not as a museum piece, but as a connection to family, to memory, to the continuing story of which she forms part. This observation settles over their conversation like a benediction, transforming the simple act of dinner into something more profound, a recognition that they are all, in their various ways, part of stories larger than their individual lives. The ship carries not just passengers but histories, not just luggage but dreams, not just bodies but souls, seeking connection with something beyond the boundaries of their ordinary existence. As the evening progresses through its leisurely courses, the dining salon takes on an even more magical quality. The chandeliers seem to burn with increased brilliance, casting dancing shadows that transform the elegant space into something approaching a fairy tale ballroom. Conversations flow like wine, sometimes intimate and personal, sometimes expanding to include neighbouring tables in the kind of spontaneous sociability that ocean travel seems to encourage. The boundaries between strangers blur in the shared experience of displacement, of being temporarily freed from the ordinary obligations and expectations of land-based life. Hercule Poirot occupies a small table positioned where he can observe the entire salon without appearing to do so. The famous Belgian detective has arranged his meal with the same methodical attention he brings to criminal investigation, each course approached as a problem to be solved through careful analysis and appreciation. His grey eyes move constantly but discreetly, cataloguing gestures and expressions with the practised efficiency of someone who has learned to read human nature like a particularly complex text. Tonight, something about the social dynamics of the dining salon has caught his attention. Perhaps it's the way certain passengers seem to avoid eye contact with others, or the subtle tensions that develop when particular combinations of people find themselves at adjacent tables. The detective's instincts, sharpened by decades of experience with human duplicity, detect undercurrents of emotion that flow beneath the surface of polite conversation like dangerous riptides beneath apparently calm seas. The Belgian detective's presence aboard the Aphrodite's Dream represents something of a holiday, a rare opportunity to travel simply, for pleasure rather than in pursuit of criminal investigation. His reputation has spread throughout Europe's social circles, making him a figure of considerable curiosity among his fellow passengers. Some approach him with the nervous excitement of people meeting a celebrity, while others maintain careful distance, as if proximity to a famous detective might somehow implicate them in crimes they haven't committed. Poirot himself maintains his characteristic dignity, neither encouraging unwanted attention, nor spurning those whose curiosity seems genuine. His small, neat figure dressed in immaculate evening wear suggests someone who understands that true authority comes not from size or volume, but from confidence and competence. When he speaks, his accent adds music to words chosen with the precision of a craftsman, selecting exactly the right tool for a delicate task. As the main course concludes, and waiters begin the elaborate dance of clearing tables in preparation for dessert, the evening's entertainment begins. Marcel Duchamp rises from his table with a graceful economy of movement that marks the professional performer, his violin and bow gleaming under the chandelier light as he positions himself near the salon's small stage area. The conversations around the room modulate to a lower register, not stopping entirely but adjusting to accommodate the music that will soon fill the space between words. The violinist's first notes seem to emerge from the ship itself, as if the Aphrodite's Dream has found her voice and begun to sing of moonlight on water, of journeys that transform the traveller, of the magic that occurs when familiar boundaries dissolve in the face of new experiences. The melody weaves between tables like invisible silver thread, connecting strangers in shared appreciation for beauty created in the moment and dissolved almost before it can be fully grasped. Madame Vasilikos closes her eyes as the music washes over her, her face transformed by an expression of serene pleasure that makes her appear decades younger. The bracelet at her wrist seems to pulse in rhythm with the violin's song, its silver surface catching and reflecting the light in patterns that suggest movement even in stillness. For a moment, the entire dining salon seems suspended in time, existing in the perfect balance between motion and rest, between the ship's steady progress through dark waters and the timeless quality of music that speaks directly to the soul. The melody shifts and modulates, carrying listeners through emotional landscapes that mirror the physical journey unfolding beyond the windows. Sometimes the music suggests the excitement of departure, the anticipation of new discoveries waiting beyond familiar horizons. At other moments, it speaks of nostalgia for places left behind, for the comfortable certainty of home and routine. Always, it maintains the gentle melancholy that seems inseparable from travel, the recognition that every journey involves both gain and loss, acquisition and abandonment. As Marcel's performance continues, the dining salon's atmosphere grows even more intimate and magical. The boundary between performer and audience dissolves as the music creates a shared emotional space that includes everyone present. Conversations pause not out of obligation, but from genuine desire to allow the violin's voice to speak without competition. Even the waiters move more quietly, their service becoming part of the evening's choreography, rather than a distraction from it. The bracelet continues to catch and throw back fragments of light, its surface seeming to respond to the music with increased brilliance. The tiny figures carved into its silver surface appear almost to dance in the flickering candlelight, as if the violin's song has awakened some ancient magic embedded in the precious metal. Athena's owl turns its tiny head, Apollo's horses seem to prance with increased vigour, and Demeter's wheat sheaves rustle with invisible wind. But then, in the space between one note and the next, something changes. The music falters for just an instant, so briefly that most listeners assume Marcel has simply paused for breath or emphasis. Only the most observant notice that his dark eyes are fixed on something across the room with an intensity that suggests more than artistic concentration. His bow trembles almost imperceptibly before recovering its steady movement across the strings, but the melody that emerges now carries undertones of tension that weren't present before. Madame Vasilikos opens her eyes with the slow reluctance of someone awakening from a particularly pleasant dream. Her hand moves instinctively to her wrist, fingers seeking the familiar weight and texture of her grandmother's bracelet. For a moment, she simply stares downward in confusion, as if her mind cannot process what her eyes are telling her. Then understanding arrives with the crushing weight of revelation. The bracelet is gone. Her intake of breath cuts through the violin song like a blade through silk. The sound is soft, barely more than a whisper, but in the hushed atmosphere of the dining salon it carries with unmistakable clarity the note of genuine distress. Her hand moves frantically along her wrist, searching for clasp or chain that might explain the absence, but finds only bare skin where silver and history should rest. "My bracelet," she whispers, her voice carrying the kind of devastation that comes from loss that transcends mere monetary value. "It's gone. My grandmother's bracelet. It's gone." The words spread through the dining salon like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. Conversations halt mid-sentence as heads turn toward the source of distress. Marcel's violin falls silent as his attention shifts entirely to the unfolding drama. The waiters freeze in place like actors who have forgotten their lines. Silver trays suspended in hands that suddenly seem uncertain of their purpose. Dr. Hartwell leans forward with immediate concern, his scholarly instincts overwhelmed by simple human compassion. "Are you certain?" Perhaps the clasp came undone and it fell to the floor. His eyes scan the area around Madame Vasilikos's chair, searching for the telltale glint of silver against the dining salon's deep carpet. But even as he speaks, they all understand the futility of such hope. The bracelet's weight and significance would have made its loss immediately apparent to someone who had worn it constantly for decades. Its absence represents not a simple mechanical failure, but something far more troubling: the presence of deliberate theft in their carefully ordered floating world. Lady Pemberton's sharp intake of breath suggests she grasps the implications immediately. "Good Lord," she murmurs, her usual composure cracking to reveal genuine alarm. "If someone has actually taken it, that means there's a thief among us." The word hangs in the air like an accusation seeking a target. Around the dining salon, passengers begin to shift uncomfortably in their chairs, each person suddenly aware that they are both potential victims and potential suspects in whatever drama is unfolding. The elegant evening that had progressed so smoothly through courses and conversation has transformed in an instant into something far more complex and dangerous. Professor Stavros rises from his chair with the measured dignity of someone accustomed to taking charge in moments of crisis. Perhaps we should conduct a systematic search before jumping to conclusions. Jewellery can disappear in perfectly innocent ways. A faulty clasp, an unexpected movement, any number of explanations that don't require assuming criminal intent. But even as he speaks, his eyes move around the dining salon with newfound wariness, studying his fellow passengers with the kind of attention previously reserved for ancient artifacts. The comfortable assumption of shared civility that had governed the evening's interactions has evaporated, replaced by the recognition that one among them may not be what they seem. Young James Whitmore's American directness cuts through the mounting tension with refreshing honesty. If someone did steal it, they probably still have it on them, right? I mean, where could they hide something like that on a ship? Maybe we should all turn out our pockets and prove we're innocent. The suggestion produces a mixture of nods and frowns around the salon. While some appreciate the logic of immediate action, others bristle at the implication that they should submit to search like common criminals. The class distinctions that ocean travel temporarily suspends reassert themselves, as passengers realise that accusations of theft threaten not just individual reputation, but the entire social order that governs their world. It is at this moment of mounting confusion and suspicion that Hercule Poirot rises from his table with the quiet authority that has made him famous throughout the capitals of Europe. His small, neat figure commands attention not through size or volume, but through the unmistakable presence of someone who has faced such situations countless times before and emerged with both reputation and results intact. Mesdames et messieurs, he begins, his accented English carrying clearly through the suddenly silent dining salon, permit me to suggest that we approach this unfortunate situation with the calm and logic it deserves. I am Hercule Poirot, and while I had hoped to enjoy this voyage as a simple passenger, it seems circumstances require me to resume my professional duties. The relief that spreads through the room is almost palpable. The presence of a famous detective transforms what had threatened to become an ugly scene of mutual accusation into something approaching an intellectual puzzle. Passengers who had begun to eye each other with suspicion now turn expectantly toward Poirot, eager to hand over responsibility for resolving the crisis to someone clearly qualified to manage such affairs. Madame Vasilikos looks toward the detective with desperate hope. "Monsieur Poirot, you must help me. That bracelet isn't just valuable, it's irreplaceable. It's the only connection I have left to my grandmother, to my family's history. Without it, I feel as if part of my identity has been stolen along with the silver." Poirot nods with the grave courtesy that he reserves for clients whose distress extends beyond mere financial loss. "Madame, I understand completely the significance of what has been taken from you. A piece of family jewellery carries value that cannot be measured in mere monetary terms. It connects us to our ancestors, to our sense of place in the continuing story of our families. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to see it restored to you." His grey eyes survey the dining salon with the methodical attention of a general studying a battlefield. "However, I must ask everyone present to remain exactly where they are until this matter can be resolved. The theft occurred during dinner, while we were all together in this room. That means the thief is almost certainly still here, and the bracelet has likely not yet left this salon. The suggestion that they are effectively imprisoned with a criminal produces a variety of reactions around the room. Some passengers nod approvingly, appreciating the logical necessity of containment. Others shift uncomfortably, unused to having their movements restricted by anyone, regardless of circumstance. The waiters exchange uncertain glances, unsure whether their duties extend to enforcing the detective's requests. Marcel Duchamp lowers his violin with obvious reluctance, his artistic temperament clearly chafing at the interruption of his performance. "Monsieur Poirot, surely you cannot suspect everyone equally? Some of us have been visible to the entire room throughout the evening. I, for instance, have been performing almost continuously since the main course concluded." Poirot's smile acknowledges the point while gently deflecting its implications. "Indeed, Monsieur Duchamp, your visibility does provide you with what we might call an alibi of sorts. However, the theft could have occurred at any point during the evening, not necessarily during your musical performance. We must examine all possibilities before eliminating any suspect from consideration." Dr. Hartwell adjusts his spectacles with the nervous gesture of someone whose scholarly pursuits have not prepared him for criminal investigation. Surely there must be some systematic way to approach this problem, some logical sequence of steps that will lead inevitably to the truth. "Précisément, Doctor," Poirot responds, his approval evident in voice and manner. Detection is indeed a systematic discipline, though one that requires understanding not just logic but human nature in all its complexity. We shall begin with the most obvious questions and proceed methodically toward the less apparent ones. The detective moves to the centre of the dining salon, positioning himself where every passenger can see and hear him clearly. The chandeliers cast pools of light that seem to follow his movement, as if the ship itself recognises the importance of this moment and adjusts its illumination accordingly. Around him, the elegant appointments of the salon provide an incongruous backdrop for criminal investigation. Crystal and silver gleaming peacefully, while human suspicion pollutes the air like invisible smoke. "First," Poirot announces, We must establish the precise timeline of events. Madame Vasilikos, when did you last notice your bracelet secure upon your wrist? The Greek lady touches her bare wrist again, as if hoping the silver might have reappeared during the few minutes of conversation. I remember adjusting it during the soup course. The clasp sometimes catches on my sleeve and I had to free it from the lace. That would have been perhaps half an hour ago. And when did you discover its absence? Just now, when the music began. I always touch my jewellery when I listen to beautiful music. A nervous habit, I suppose. My fingers went to the bracelet and found nothing. Poirot nods thoughtfully, his mind clearly cataloguing every detail for later analysis. So we have established a window of approximately 30 minutes during which the theft occurred. This narrows our investigation considerably, as we need only consider the movements and opportunities available during that specific period. He turns to address the room at large, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. I must ask everyone to think carefully about this time frame. Did you notice anything unusual? Any unexpected movements? Any behaviour that seemed out of place? Any moment when someone left their seat or moved close to Madame Vasilikos's table? The passengers exchange glances as they search their memories for relevant details. In the normal course of an elegant dinner, few people pay close attention to their neighbours' movements unless specifically engaged in conversation. The social conventions that govern such gatherings actually work against observation, as good manners require focusing on one's immediate companions rather than surveying the room like a watchman. Lady Pemberton speaks first, her voice carrying the crisp authority of someone accustomed to making pronouncements. I did notice the young violinist moving about the room during his performance. Artists often do that, of course, but he seemed particularly restless tonight. At one point he moved quite close to Madame Vasilikos's table, close enough to have reached her, I should think. All eyes turn toward Marcel, who flushes deeply under the unexpected scrutiny. "I was performing," he protests, his accent becoming more pronounced under stress. "My movements serve the music, nothing more. I position myself to share the melody with all passengers equally, not to steal jewellery like some common thief." His indignation seems genuine, but Poirot has learned not to trust appearances in matters of criminal investigation. "Indeed, Monsieur Duchamp, your artistic dedication is admirable. However, your movements during the performance did provide you with unusual access to various tables, including that of Madame Vasilikos. We must consider all possibilities, not as accusations, but as elements in a logical analysis." Professor Stavros clears his throat with the hesitation of someone reluctant to cast suspicion, but compelled by honesty to share relevant information. "I did notice something that seemed odd at the time, though I attributed it to the wine rather than anything sinister." Young Mr. Whitmore appeared quite agitated during the main course, leaving his seat several times on various pretexts. James Whitmore's face turns red with embarrassment and indignation. "I was nervous. This is my first time travelling in such elegant company, and I kept thinking I was using the wrong fork or committing some terrible breach of etiquette. I went to the washroom twice and to the bar once for a brandy to calm my nerves. If that makes me a criminal, then half the nervous travellers in the world belong in prison." His obvious distress and the logic of his explanation earns sympathetic murmurs from several passengers. The experience of social anxiety in unfamiliar surroundings resonates with many who have found themselves struggling to navigate the complex rules that govern high society. Nevertheless, his admittedly nervous movements during the crucial time frame cannot be ignored in any comprehensive investigation. Poirot raises a small, well-manicured hand to quiet the growing murmur of speculation. "Mes amis, let us not allow suspicion to override reason. The fact that someone had opportunity does not constitute proof of guilt. We must gather all relevant information before drawing any conclusions." He begins to pace slowly around the dining salon, his eyes moving constantly as he catalogues details that others might overlook. The precise arrangement of tables, the sight lines between different seating areas, the placement of waiters' stations and service corridors, all become elements in the complex equation he must solve to identify the thief and recover the stolen bracelet. The theft of jewellery from a person's wrist presents particular challenges. he muses aloud, his voice carrying the tone of someone thinking through a problem step by step. Unlike a brooch or necklace, a bracelet must be removed deliberately. This suggests either considerable skill on the part of the thief, or a moment of distraction so complete that the victim noticed nothing unusual. Madame Vasilikos shakes her head firmly. I would have felt someone touching my wrist. The bracelet was quite snug. It would have required deliberate effort to remove, and I've been sitting here the entire evening surrounded by people who would have noticed anyone reaching across me. This observation creates a new puzzle for the detective to solve. If the bracelet could not have been removed without the victim's awareness, and if she remained in her seat surrounded by witnesses throughout the relevant time frame, then how did the theft occur? The logical impossibility of the situation suggests that some element of the story remains hidden, some crucial detail that will illuminate the mystery once discovered. Dr. Hartwell leans forward with the intensity of someone whose scholarly instincts have been aroused by an intriguing problem. Could the bracelet have been removed earlier, perhaps while Madame Vasilikos was distracted by conversation or wine? Memory can be unreliable, especially in social situations where attention focuses on multiple simultaneous activities. But the Greek lady shakes her head with absolute certainty. Doctor, I have worn that bracelet every day for 37 years. Its weight and presence on my wrist has become as familiar as my own heartbeat. I would know instantly if it were missing, just as you would know if your watch had been removed without your permission. The comparison resonates with everyone present, as most carry timepieces whose familiar weight and pressure have become unconscious elements of their daily experience. The idea that someone could remain unaware of such a familiar object's absence strains credibility beyond acceptable limits. Poirot pauses in his circuit of the room, his attention caught by something that others have overlooked. Near Marcel's table, a white linen napkin lies crumpled on the floor, partially concealed beneath the edge of a chair. While discarded napkins are hardly unusual in a dining salon, something about this particular one suggests it deserves closer examination. Monsieur Duchamp, the detective inquires politely, is this your napkin that has fallen to the floor? The violinist glances down with apparent surprise. Yes, I suppose it must be. I was concentrating on my performance and may have knocked it from the table without noticing. Poirot bends to retrieve the napkin, his movements precise and deliberate. As he lifts the white linen, something about its weight and the way it falls suggests it contains more than simple fabric. A careful examination reveals that the napkin has been wrapped around something hard and angular, creating a small bundle that could easily be concealed in a pocket or violin case. How curious, the detective murmurs, his fingers working carefully to unwrap the concealed object. It appears your napkin has been put to use as a wrapping material for something rather more valuable than leftover bread. The napkin falls away to reveal the missing bracelet, its silver surface gleaming under the chandelier light like a small miracle. The tiny carved figures seem to dance with renewed life, as if their brief captivity has somehow enhanced their vitality. Around the dining salon, passengers gasp with a mixture of relief and renewed suspicion as the stolen treasure reappears in such dramatic fashion. Madame Vasilikos reaches toward her bracelet with hands that tremble with emotion. "Thank God," she whispers, tears threatening to spill from eyes that have seen the restoration of something irreplaceable. "I thought I had lost it forever. Lost the last connection to my grandmother and all the stories she told me about our family's past." But Poirot raises his hand to prevent her from reclaiming the jewellery immediately. "Un moment, madame. While I share your relief at the bracelet's recovery, we must first understand how it came to be concealed in this manner. The mystery of its theft has merely been replaced by the mystery of its hiding place." All eyes turn toward Marcel, whose face has gone pale under the weight of collective suspicion. The discovery of the bracelet wrapped in his napkin creates a circumstantial case that seems to point directly toward his guilt. Yet something about his obvious distress suggests the situation may be more complex than it appears. "I did not put it there," he protests, his voice carrying the desperation of someone who recognizes that appearances have turned decisively against him. "I know nothing about how that bracelet came to be in my napkin. Someone must have placed it there to implicate me in a crime I did not commit." The accusation of being framed produces murmurs of skepticism around the dining salon. While such scenarios exist in detective novels, they seem less plausible in the elegant reality of the Aphrodite's dream. The idea that someone would steal a valuable bracelet only to plant it on an innocent party requires believing in a level of malicious complexity that challenges common sense. Yet Poirot's expression suggests he finds Marcel's protest worthy of serious consideration. The detective's experience has taught him that the most obvious solution is not always the correct one, and that criminal behaviour often involves layers of deception that reveal themselves only through careful analysis. "Tell me, Monsieur Duchamp," he inquires with careful neutrality, "when did you last use your napkin? Can you recall the specific moment when you might have placed it on the floor?" Marcel runs a shaking hand through his dark hair as he struggles to reconstruct the evening's events. "I remember using it to wipe my hands before beginning my performance. The rosin from my bow can make my fingers sticky, and I always clean them before playing. But after that..." He trails off, his artistic temperament clearly struggling with the methodical recall that detective work requires. "After that you place the napkin where?" Poirot prompts gently, his tone suggesting patience rather than suspicion. "Thought I left it on my table, but honestly, Monsieur Poirot, when I perform, the rest of the world disappears. I see only the music, hear only the melody that flows through my violin. Someone could have rearranged the entire dining salon, and I might not have noticed." This explanation resonates with several passengers who have witnessed the violinist's intense concentration during his performances. The artistic temperament that creates such beautiful music might indeed render him oblivious to mundane details like napkin placement. Yet the very intensity that makes him a compelling performer also provides perfect cover for criminal activity, should he be inclined towards such pursuits. Dr. Hartwell adjusts his spectacles as a new thought occurs to him. "Monsieur Poirot, if the young man is telling the truth about his artistic absorption, then someone else must have had access to his napkin during the performance. That would require approaching his table while he was standing elsewhere playing his violin." "Précisément, Doctor, and such an approach would have been observed by others in the dining salon, assuming they were paying attention to something other than the music itself." Poirot's grey eyes sweep the room once more, this time focusing not on physical evidence but on the faces and expressions of the passengers. Somewhere among these elegant travellers sits someone whose appreciation for beautiful music concealed a willingness to commit theft, someone whose civilized exterior masks criminal intent. "Let us consider the practical aspects of this crime," the detective continues, beginning another slow circuit of the dining salon. The theft of the bracelet required proximity to Madame Vasilikos, knowledge of its value and significance, an opportunity during the crucial 30-minute window. The concealment of the bracelet in Monsieur Duchamp's napkin required access to his table during his performance, plus the considerable audacity to hide stolen goods in plain sight. Lady Pemberton sniffs with the disdain of someone whose social position has taught her to expect better behaviour from her companions. "It seems to me that we're overcomplicating a straightforward matter. The violinist had both opportunity and access to the hiding place. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one." But her daughter Margaret shakes her head with the independence of thought that sometimes characterises the younger generation. "Mother, if Mr. Duchamp had stolen the bracelet, why would he hide it in his own napkin? That's like leaving a calling card at the scene of a crime. Surely a genuine thief would be more clever about concealment." This observation strikes several passengers as particularly astute. Criminal behaviour typically involves attempts to avoid detection rather than actions that practically guarantee discovery. The placement of stolen goods in the thief's own possessions suggests either remarkable stupidity or, alternatively, a deliberate attempt to create false evidence. Professor Stavros strokes his beard thoughtfully as he considers the implications. The young lady raises an interesting point. "In my studies of ancient civilizations, I've encountered numerous examples of crimes where the obvious suspect proved innocent, and the true perpetrator remained hidden behind careful misdirection." Young James Whitmore, still flushed from his earlier moment under suspicion, ventures his own theory with the directness that characterizes his American perspective. "Maybe we're all thinking about this wrong. What if the real thief is someone we haven't even considered? What about the waiters, or the kitchen staff, or someone else who has access to this room but isn't sitting at these tables? The suggestion produces an uncomfortable stir among the passengers, most of whom prefer to believe that criminal behaviour occurs only among their social equals, rather than extending to the service staff whose presence they have learned to regard as essentially invisible. Yet the logic of the proposal cannot be dismissed entirely, as the ship's employees do possess access and opportunity that match those of the dining salon's more obvious occupants. Poirot nods approvingly at the suggestion, while gently redirecting the conversation toward more productive channels. Monsieur Whitmore raises a valid point that we must certainly investigate. However, the specific nature of this crime suggests familiarity with both Madame Vasilikos and her bracelet that would be unusual among casual observers. He turns to address the Greek lady directly, his manner conveying both respect and gentle interrogation. "Elle Madame, during your time aboard this ship, have you spoken about your bracelet with others? Described its history, perhaps? Or mentioned its value to people beyond those seated at your dining table?" Madame Vasilikos considers the question with the careful thought it deserves. "Yes, actually. Yesterday evening, in the ship's library, I met with several passengers to discuss our upcoming arrival in Greece. The bracelet sparked quite a conversation about family heritage and the treasures we carry forward from previous generations. This revelation opens new avenues of investigation while expanding the circle of potential suspect beyond the dining salon's current occupants. Anyone who attended the library discussion would have learned about the bracelet's existence and significance, providing both motive and advanced knowledge necessary for planning its theft. Can you recall who participated in this conversation?" Poirot inquires, his notebook appearing in his hands with the smooth efficiency of a professional habit. "Well, Professor Stavros was there, of course, given his expertise in Byzantine history, and Dr. Hartwell showed considerable interest from an archaeological perspective. Several others attended as well, Mrs. Pemberton and her daughter, the young American gentleman, and—" She pauses, her memory working to reconstruct the previous evening's social gathering. "And Monsieur Duchamp," she concludes with obvious reluctance. "He'd finished his performance in the ship's main salon and joined us for brandy and conversation. I remember him being particularly interested in the bracelet's craftsmanship, asking detailed questions about the silverwork and the mythological scenes depicted in the metal. This information places Marcel firmly among those with advanced knowledge of the bracelet's value and significance, strengthening the circumstantial case against him, while simultaneously raising questions about why he would steal something after expressing such obvious interest in it publicly. A clever thief might indeed use apparent fascination as cover for criminal intent, but such calculation seems inconsistent with the artistic temperament that characterizes his musical performances. Marcel himself appears stunned by the implications of this revelation. "Yes, I remember the conversation," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. "The bracelet was remarkable, the kind of craftsmanship that speaks to the soul of anyone who appreciates beauty. But admiring something and stealing it are entirely different matters." Dr. Hartwell leans forward with the intensity of someone whose scholarly instincts have identified a crucial detail. "Monsieur Poirot, if the conversation occurred yesterday evening, then everyone present had nearly 24 hours to plan and prepare for this theft. That suggests a level of premeditation that goes beyond opportunistic crime. Indeed, Doctor, the time frame suggests careful planning rather than impulsive action. Our thief observed, learned, and waited for the optimal moment to strike. This was no casual crime of opportunity, but a carefully orchestrated operation. The detective's analysis sends a chill through the dining salon, as passengers realize they are dealing with someone whose criminal activity involved deliberate calculation, rather than momentary weakness. The idea that one among them spent an entire day planning to steal from a fellow traveller transforms the crime from an aberrant moment into evidence of fundamental character deficiency. Professor Stavros shifts uncomfortably in his chair as a new concern occurs to him. If we're dealing with someone capable of such planning and deception, how can we be certain the bracelet was their only target? What other valuables might have disappeared without our knowledge? The question produces an immediate reaction as passengers begin checking their own jewellery and possessions. Hands move instinctively to necklaces, rings, and watches as each person verifies that their treasures remain secure. The brief flurry of activity resembles nothing so much as a flock of birds preening their feathers after a predator has passed nearby. Lady Pemberton's examination of her own jewellery reveals no losses, but her expression suggests deep unease at the implications of the professor's question. If there is indeed a systematic thief aboard this ship, then none of us are safe. We could be dealing with someone who makes a living from such crimes, someone for whom this represents merely another day's work. Her daughter Margaret touches her own modest necklace with newfound awareness of its vulnerability. Mother's right. If this is a professional criminal, then they probably know techniques we can't even imagine. How do we protect ourselves from someone whose entire expertise involves taking things that don't belong to them? Young James Whitmore's American practicality asserts itself in the face of mounting anxiety. Maybe we should all move to different tables, mix up the seating arrangements so the thief can't predict where their targets will be sitting, make it harder for them to plan their next move. But Poirot raises his hand to forestall such defensive measures. Mes amis, while your concerns are understandable, I believe we may be allowing fear to override logic. The evidence suggests this crime was specifically targeted at Madame Vasilikos and her particular bracelet, not part of a general campaign against all jewellery aboard this ship. He moves to stand behind Marcel's chair, his position allowing him to survey the entire dining salon, while keeping the suspected violinist within easy observation. The theft required advanced knowledge of the bracelet's significance, access to this dining salon during the specific time frame, and familiarity with Monsieur Duchamp's habits, sufficient to use his napkin as a hiding place. These requirements point towards someone with intimate knowledge of both victim and intended scapegoat. This analysis produces thoughtful nods around the room as passengers recognise the logic of the detective's reasoning. Random theft would indeed target multiple victims and employ simpler concealment methods. The specific nature of this crime suggests personal knowledge that extends beyond casual observation. Marcel's face brightens with desperate hope as he grasps the implications of Poirot's analysis. Then you believe someone deliberately chose to implicate me? That I'm not the thief but merely another victim of this criminal's schemes? It is certainly one possibility we must consider, Poirot replies carefully. However, we must examine all the evidence before reaching any definitive conclusions. The fact that you could have been framed does not automatically mean that you were framed. The detective's refusal to embrace any single theory completely frustrates some passengers, while reassuring others who appreciate thoroughness over premature conclusions. Marcel's obvious distress earns sympathy from many observers, yet the physical evidence of the bracelet in his napkin cannot be dismissed regardless of emotional considerations. Dr. Hartwell adjusts his spectacles as another thought occurs to him. Monsieur Poirot, you mentioned that the thief required familiarity with Mr. Duchamp's habits. What specific habits would be relevant to this crime? An excellent question, Doctor. Consider the practical requirements. The thief needed to know that Monsieur Duchamp would leave his table during his performance, that he would place his napkin in a location accessible to others, and that he would not immediately notice if that napkin were disturbed. Such knowledge suggests either careful observation or previous acquaintance. This observation prompts everyone to consider their interactions with Marcel during the voyage. Has anyone spent enough time with him to learn such intimate details about his habits and routines? The violinist's artistic temperament and obvious dedication to his music have made him somewhat solitary, yet he has participated in several social gatherings where his behaviour could have been observed and catalogued. Professor Stavros strokes his beard as he searches his memory for relevant details. I have noticed that Mr. Duchamp follows very specific routines when preparing for his performances. The hand-cleaning ritual, the careful arrangement of his music, the way he positions his violin case, all suggest someone whose artistic process involves considerable attention to physical details. And such routines, once observed, become predictable, Poirot notes approvingly. Our thief understood that Monsieur Duchamp would clean his hands and place his napkin in a specific location before beginning his performance. This knowledge enabled them to plan the timing of both the theft and the concealment with considerable precision. Lady Pemberton's sharp eyes narrow as she processes the implications of this analysis. That suggests someone who has watched Mr. Duchamp perform before this evening, someone who had time to study his habits and plan accordingly. Precisely, madame. We are not dealing with someone who acted impulsively during tonight's performance, but rather with someone who has been planning this crime since observing our violinist's routines during previous evenings aboard this ship. The revelation that the crime involved multiple days of observation and planning sends another chill through the dining salon. The idea that someone among them has been systematically studying their fellow passengers, cataloguing vulnerabilities and planning criminal activity transforms the elegant voyage into something approaching a siege. Margaret Pemberton expresses what many are thinking. It's terrifying to realise that someone has been watching us, learning our habits, waiting for the right moment to strike. How many other plans might they have in motion? How many other passengers have they selected as targets? But Poirot's expression suggests a different interpretation of the evidence. Mademoiselle, while your concerns are natural, I believe the specificity of this crime actually provides cause for optimism rather than alarm. A systematic criminal targeting multiple victims would employ more general methods, not the highly particular approach we have observed here. He begins pacing again, his movements suggesting a mind working through the final stages of a logical analysis. Consider the elements we have established. Advanced knowledge of the bracelet's significance from yesterday's library conversation, intimate familiarity with Monsieur Duchamp's performance routines, access to both the victim and the intended scapegoat during the crucial time frame, and the audacity to hide stolen goods in plain sight among dozens of witnesses. The detective pauses to allow his analysis to sink in before continuing. These requirements point not toward a random criminal, but toward someone who attended yesterday's library discussion, who has observed multiple musical performances aboard this ship, who was present in this dining salon during the theft, and who possesses both the knowledge and the nerve to execute such a complex scheme. Around the room, passengers begin exchanging glances as they realise that Poirot's criteria eliminate many potential suspects while focusing attention on a much smaller group. The intersection of library attendance, performance observation, dining salon presence, and criminal capability narrows the field considerably. Dr. Hartwell nods slowly as the logic becomes clear to him. You're suggesting that our thief is someone who has been particularly active in the ship's social activities, someone who has made it their business to be present wherever interesting conversations or entertainment might occur. Exactly, Doctor. Our criminal is not a solitary predator, but rather someone who has integrated themselves thoroughly into the ship's social fabric. They have gained trust and access through apparent sociability, using their position to gather information and plan their crime. This revelation produces a new kind of unease among the passengers as they reconsider their interactions with various fellow travellers. Someone they have come to regard as a friendly companion, someone whose company they have enjoyed and whose presence they have welcomed, has betrayed that trust in the most fundamental way possible. Young James Whitmore voices the question that troubles everyone. But how can we identify someone who has been deliberately deceiving us? If they're skilled enough to fool us this long, how can we trust our judgment about their true nature? Poirot's smile carries both understanding and reassurance. Monsieur Whitmore, deception may fool casual observation, but it rarely survives systematic analysis. Criminal behaviour leaves traces that become visible once we know how to look for them. The challenge is not detection, but recognition. Learning to see what has been there all along. The detective moves to the centre of the dining salon, positioning himself where every passenger can observe him clearly. The chandeliers seem to focus their light upon him, as if the ship itself recognises the importance of this moment. Around the room, elegant travellers lean forward with anticipation mixed with apprehension as they sense the approaching resolution of their mystery. Let us consider what we know about our thief. Poirot begins, his voice carrying the authority of someone who has reached definitive conclusions. They attended yesterday's library discussion about Greek treasures and family heritage. They have observed Monsieur Duchamp's musical performances multiple times, learning his specific routines and habits. They were present in this dining salon during the 30-minute window when the theft occurred. And they possess the nerve and dexterity necessary to remove a bracelet from someone's wrist without detection, while simultaneously framing an innocent man. He pauses to allow each criterion to settle in the minds of his audience before continuing. Most importantly, they have demonstrated knowledge of human nature sufficient to predict that suspicion would immediately fall upon the person in whose possession the stolen goods were discovered. This suggests not just criminal intent, but considerable sophistication in manipulating the psychology of investigation. Professor Stavros leans forward with the intensity of someone following a complex logical argument. You're suggesting that framing Mr. Duchamp was not an afterthought, but rather an integral part of the original plan. Précisément, Professor, the placement of the bracelet in Monsieur Duchamp's napkin was not a hasty attempt at concealment, but rather a calculated effort to direct suspicion away from the true perpetrator. Our thief understood that discovering stolen goods in someone's possession would effectively end the investigation before it truly began. This insight produces murmurs of appreciation around the dining salon as passengers recognize the sophisticated nature of the criminal scheme they have witnessed. What had initially appeared to be a straightforward case of theft, followed by clumsy concealment, now reveals itself as a carefully orchestrated attempt at misdirection. Lady Pemberton adjusts her pearls with the nervous gesture of someone who has just realised how badly she misjudged the situation. Then poor Mr. Duchamp was never a genuine suspect, but rather another victim of this criminal's elaborate scheme. That is my assessment, madam. The true thief required a scapegoat whose guilt would seem obvious, and whose artistic temperament would make him appear unreliable, under questioning. Monsieur Duchamp's visibility during his performances paradoxically made him an ideal candidate for false accusation. Marcel's relief at this vindication is evident in his posture and expression, yet uncertainty remains in his dark eyes. But Monsieur Poirot, if I am not the thief, then who is? Who among these people has the knowledge and the cruel cleverness to commit such a crime? The detective's grey eyes survey the assembled passengers with the methodical attention of someone cataloguing final details before reaching his conclusion. The answer, Monsieur Duchamp, lies in recognising which person has been most eager to direct suspicion toward you, while simultaneously demonstrating intimate knowledge of both the stolen bracelet and your personal habits. A hush falls over the dining salon as passengers realise that Poirot has identified the thief and is preparing to reveal their identity. The elegant chandeliers cast dancing shadows that seem to retreat from the detective's small figure, as if granting him centre stage for his dramatic revelation. Consider the sequence of events, Poirot continues, his voice carrying clearly through the absolute silence. The bracelet disappears during a 30-minute window when most passengers were focused on conversation and dinner. It reappears wrapped in a napkin belonging to the evening's musical performer. Suspicion immediately falls upon the obvious candidate, and the investigation threatens to conclude before examining other possibilities. He begins walking slowly around the dining salon, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished floor. But one person in this room has demonstrated knowledge that goes beyond casual observation. One person knew enough about Madame Vasilikos's bracelet to recognise its value, despite its antique appearance. One person has shown familiarity with Monsieur Duchamp's routines, sufficient to predict his behaviour during performances, and one person has been remarkably quick to suggest that the violinist's guilt is obvious and undeniable. The detective stops directly in front of Dr. Hartwell's table, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the distinguished archaeologist. Doctor, your expertise in ancient artifacts enabled you to recognise the bracelet's true significance from the moment you first examined it. Your presence at yesterday's library discussion provided advanced knowledge of its history and emotional value to Madame Vasilikos, and your position in this dining salon gave you perfect access to both the victim and your chosen scapegoat. Dr. Hartwell's face has gone pale beneath his neat beard, but his voice remains steady as he attempts to deflect the accusation. Monsieur Poirot, surely you cannot be serious. I am a respected scholar, not some common thief. My interest in the bracelet was purely academic, the natural curiosity of someone who has devoted his life to understanding ancient craftsmanship. Indeed, Doctor, your scholarly reputation is beyond question. However, your expertise also provided you with knowledge that others lack specifically, the ability to recognise that Madame Vasilikos's bracelet represents not just family heritage but significant monetary value. A piece of such age and craftsmanship would be worth considerably more than its weight in silver. The accusation hangs in the air like an invisible sword as passengers digest the implications of Poirot's analysis. Dr. Hartwell's scholarly credentials, which had initially placed him above suspicion, now transform into evidence of his unique qualification for committing this particular crime. Professor Stavros stares at his dinner companion with obvious shock. Edmund, surely this is some mistake. You're a distinguished archaeologist, not a criminal who preys upon fellow travellers. But Poirot's relentless logic continues to build the case against the accused man. Dr. Hartwell's movements during the crucial time frame bear closer examination. While he appeared to remain at his table throughout dinner, I observed him rising several times on various pretexts to examine the ship's artwork, to speak with the wine steward, to visit the washroom facilities. Each excursion provided opportunity to observe other passengers and plan his approach to the theft. Young James Whitmore's eyes widen as he grasped the implications. You mean while we were all watching Mr. Duchamp perform, Dr. Hartwell was moving around the room, getting close enough to steal the bracelet? Précisément, Monsieur Whitmore. The doctor's apparent academic interest in the dining salon's appointments provided perfect cover for systematic observation and eventual criminal action. Who would suspect a distinguished scholar of using his scholarly demeanour to facilitate theft? Lady Pemberton's voice carries a note of outrage that speaks for many in the room. The betrayal of trust involved is almost worse than the actual theft. We welcomed his expertise, enjoyed his conversation, never imagining that he was studying us like specimens in some criminal experiment. Dr. Hartwell's composure finally begins to crack under the weight of accumulating evidence and social pressure. This is absurd, he protests, but his voice lacks the conviction of genuine innocence. You have no proof beyond speculation and coincidence. Academic interest does not constitute criminal behaviour, but Poirot's next observation delivers the decisive blow to the doctor's defence. But doctor, you have provided proof yourself through a small but telling detail. When you examined the bracelet upon its recovery from Monsieur Duchamp's napkin, you demonstrated familiarity with its clasp mechanism that could only come from previous handling. The detective's keen observation has caught a detail that escaped everyone else's notice. You manipulated the clasp with the confidence of someone who had practiced the motion, someone who knew exactly how much pressure and what angle would be required to open it quietly. Such knowledge comes only from direct experience, not from casual visual examination. This technical detail provides the concrete evidence that transforms speculation into certainty. Around the dining salon, passengers nod as they recognise the logic of Poirot's observation. The specific manual knowledge required to operate an unfamiliar clasp silently represents the kind of evidence that cannot be explained away through innocent coincidence. Professor Stavros removes his spectacles and cleans them with shaking hands as he processes the betrayal of his dinner companion and fellow scholar. Edmund, please tell me this isn't true. Please tell me that your reputation and career haven't been destroyed by some moment of temporary madness. But Dr. Hartwell's silence speaks more eloquently than any protest could. The weight of evidence has become insurmountable, the logic of Poirot's analysis undeniable. His shoulders sag with the resignation of someone who's been thoroughly outmaneuvered by an opponent whose skills exceed his own. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, he speaks. The bracelet. It represented everything I've spent my career studying but never possessing. Museums and universities own the treasures I discover, while I remain merely their caretaker, never their owner. For once, I wanted to hold something beautiful, something ancient, something that connected me directly to the craftsman whose work I admire but can never truly possess. His confession produces a mixture of sympathy and revulsion among the passengers. While they can understand the frustration of admiring beauty one can never own, the betrayal of trust and the deliberate framing of an innocent man places actions beyond forgiveness. Madame Vasilikos looks at the broken archaeologist with eyes that hold sadness rather than anger. Doctor, if you had simply asked, I would have allowed you to examine the bracelet closely, to study its craftsmanship and learn from its techniques. Your crime was unnecessary as well as wrong. Dr. Hartwell's face crumples as he realizes the truth of her words. His elaborate criminal scheme had been motivated by assumptions about others' willingness to share rather than facts about their actual generosity. The theft that had seemed necessary now appears to have been entirely avoidable. Poirot retrieves the bracelet from where it rests on the table and formally returns it to Madame Vasilikos, his manner conveying both satisfaction at its recovery and regret at the circumstances that made recovery necessary. Madam, your grandmother's treasure is restored to you, though I fear the evening's events have somewhat tarnished its immediate associations. She accepts the bracelet with hands that tremble slightly, fastening it around her wrist where it settles with the familiar weight of belonging. Monsieur Poirot, no criminal's touch can diminish the love that created this piece or the memories it carries. If anything, tonight's events have reminded me how precious these connections to our past truly are. The dining salon begins to stir as passengers process the evening's dramatic conclusion. The elegant dinner that had begun with such promise is transformed into a lesson about human nature, trust, and the dangerous allure of possessing beauty that belongs to others. Conversations resume gradually, though subdued by the recognition that they have witnessed not just a crime, but the destruction of a distinguished career and reputation. Marcel Duchamp carefully packs his violin with hands that still shake slightly from his experience as a falsely accused man. The instrument settles into its velvet-lined case with familiar precision, but the evening's events have left him changed. The naive belief that artistic dedication provides protection from life's uglier realities has been permanently shattered. Monsieur Poirot, he says quietly, I owe you more than I can ever repay. Without your intervention, I would have been branded a thief despite my innocence. How can someone other like me ever thank someone like you adequately? The detective's smile carries genuine warmth as he responds to the young musician's gratitude. Monsieur Duchamp, your thanks are appreciated but unnecessary. Justice requires no reward beyond the satisfaction of truth revealed and innocence protected. Continue to make beautiful music, and let that be payment enough for any service I may have provided. As the evening winds toward its close, passengers begin to disperse to their various staterooms and evening activities. The drama has exhausted everyone's emotional reserves, leaving them eager for the privacy and peace that their individual quarters provide. Tomorrow will bring new ports, new adventures, new opportunities for the kind of social interaction that has been temporarily poisoned by tonight's betrayal. Dr. Hartwell sits alone at his table, his academic career and personal reputation destroyed by a few moments of criminal weakness. The ship's officers will take custody of him when they reach port, where he will face formal charges and the complete destruction of everything he has spent decades building. The irony that his expertise in ancient treasures led directly to his downfall is not lost on anyone who witnessed the evening's events. Lady Pemberton pauses beside Poirot's table as she prepares to leave the dining salon. Monsieur, your skills have provided us all with a valuable lesson about the dangers of assumptions and the importance of careful observation. I confess that I would have been content to see the young violinist condemned based on the obvious evidence. Madame, Poirot replies thoughtfully, the obvious evidence is often the most misleading, designed by clever criminals to direct suspicion away from themselves. The truth requires deeper investigation, a willingness to question appearances and examine human motivation in all its complexity. Professor Stavros approaches with obvious reluctance, his friendship with the disgraced archaeologist placing him in an uncomfortable position. Monsieur Poirot, I must apologize for my colleague's behavior. His actions reflect poorly on our entire profession, and I fear that trust in scholarly integrity may suffer as a result of tonight's revelations. Professor, One man's crimes cannot diminish the honour of an entire profession. Dr. Hartwell's betrayal reflects his individual moral failure, not any systemic problem with archaeological scholarship. Those who dedicate their lives to preserving and studying the past deserve continued respect despite this unfortunate incident. The Belgian detective's generous perspective provides some comfort to the professor, though the personal betrayal will require considerable time to process fully. The recognition that someone he considered a friend and colleague could harbour such criminal intentions challenges fundamental assumptions about human nature and professional integrity. As the dining salon empties, only a few passengers remain to savour the evening's final glasses of wine and process the dramatic events they have witnessed. The chandeliers continue to cast their warm light over tables, bearing the remnants of an elegant dinner, while beyond the windows the Mediterranean continues its eternal dance with moonlight and stars. Madame Vasilikos touches a restored bracelet with fingers that trace the familiar contours of silver, worked by ancient hands. The tiny mythological figures seem to glow with renewed life, as if their brief separation from their rightful owner has somehow enhanced their magical properties. Athena's owl appears particularly alert, its tiny eyes bright with wisdom earned through adversity. "Tell me, Monsieur Poirot," she asks quietly, "do you believe objects like this truly carry protective powers, or are such beliefs merely comforting superstitions that help us cope with life's uncertainties?" The detective considers her question with the seriousness it deserves, his grey eyes reflecting the soft light of candles and chandeliers. "Madame, I have observed that objects charged with love and memory possess a power that transcends their mere material existence. Whether that power comes from supernatural forces or from the human heart's capacity to invest meaning in physical things, I cannot say. But I've seen such treasures inspire both great devotion and terrible crimes, suggesting that their influence upon human behaviour is very real indeed." His thoughtful response satisfies her, in ways that simple skepticism or credulous belief could not. The bracelet represents a connection to family, history and identity that exists independently of its monetary value or mystical properties. Its true power lies in its ability to anchor her sense of self to something larger and more enduring than individual existence. Marcel finishes packing his violin and approaches their table with the hesitant manner of someone still processing his narrow escape from false accusation. "Madame Vasilikos, I hope you can forgive my earlier fascination with your bracelet. My artistic appreciation for its beauty seems somehow tainted, now that it has been the object of such criminal attention." She smiles with the warmth of someone who understands that genuine appreciation differs fundamentally from predatory desire. "Monsieur Duchamp, your interest honoured both the craftsman who created this piece and the grandmother who wore it before me. Do not allow one man's criminal actions to diminish your capacity for recognising and celebrating beauty." The violinist's relief at her forgiveness is evident in his posture and expression. The evening's events have taught him valuable lessons about the difference between admiration and acquisitiveness, between artistic appreciation and criminal intent. His future performances will carry additional depth, born from this encounter with human complexity and moral ambiguity. Young James Whitmore approaches their group with the enthusiasm of someone whose worldview has been dramatically expanded by the evening's events. "Mr. Poirot, I hope you don't mind my asking, but how did you know to look for those specific details that revealed Dr. Hartwell's guilt? What made you suspect him when the evidence seemed to point so clearly toward Mr. Duchamp?" Poirot's expression suggests appreciation for the young man's curiosity about detective methodology. "Monsieur Whitmore, the key lies in understanding that criminals often try to make their crimes appear solved before investigation truly begins. When evidence seems too obvious, too convenient, it deserves extra scrutiny rather than immediate acceptance." He pauses to sip his wine before continuing his explanation. Dr. Hartwell's scheme depended upon everyone accepting that the bracelet's discovery in Monsieur Duchamp's napkin proved his guilt beyond question. But the very convenience of such evidence should have raised suspicions rather than confirming them. This insight resonates with James as he considers its implications for understanding human behaviour more generally. So criminals sometimes outsmart themselves by making their schemes too perfect, too neat to be believable? Precisely. The human tendency to create patterns and seek closure can be exploited by clever criminals who understand how to satisfy those psychological needs with false evidence. The detective's job involves resisting such satisfaction until genuine truth emerges through careful analysis. Professor Stavros, who has been listening quietly to this exchange, nods slowly as he processes the lesson. It's rather like archaeological investigation, isn't it? The most obvious interpretation of artifacts is often incorrect, and genuine understanding requires questioning initial assumptions and examining evidence from multiple perspectives. An excellent analogy. Professor, both detection and archaeology require patience, systematic methodology, and willingness to revise conclusions when new evidence emerges. The truth reveals itself not to those who leap to conclusions, but to those who persist in careful observation and analysis. The conversation continues as the evening reaches its natural conclusion, with passengers gradually dispersing to their staterooms and private activities. The dining salon slowly empties its elegant appointments, bearing silent witness to the drama that has unfolded among the crystal and silver. Tomorrow will bring new ports, new passengers, new opportunities for both connection and deception. Dr. Hartwell remains at his table, no longer attempting to maintain his facade of injured innocence. The weight of exposure and the destruction of his reputation have left him hollow, a shell of the distinguished scholar he had appeared to be just hours earlier. His criminal actions have cost him not just his freedom, but his identity as a respected member of the academic community. The ship's officers arrive to escort him to secure quarters where he will remain until they reach port and formal charges can be filed. His departure from the dining salon marks the end of the evening's drama, though its implications will resonate long after the Aphrodite's dream completes her journey to Greek shores. As Poirot prepares to leave the dining salon, he pauses for a final survey of the elegant space where justice has been served and truth has triumphed over deception. The chandeliers continue their gentle illumination, casting the same warm light that witnessed both crime and resolution. The crystal and silver gleam with unchanged brilliance, indifferent to the human drama that has played out among their reflective surfaces. The detective's grey eyes rest momentarily on each table, each chair cataloguing the physical evidence of an evening that began with elegant dining and concluded with criminal exposure. The white linen napkin that concealed stolen treasure now lies discarded, its role in the drama concluded. The violin case that might have provided permanent hiding place for the bracelet sits safely at Marcel's side, its legitimate purpose restored. Mon Dieu, Poirot murmurs to himself, how quickly the veneer of civilization can crack to reveal the primitive desires that lurk beneath polite society, yet how satisfying it remains to see justice prevail over cleverness, truth over deception. His reflections are interrupted by the approach of the ship's captain, a distinguished gentleman whose weather-beaten face speaks of decades spent navigating both treacherous seas and difficult passengers. Captain Morrison's presence adds official weight to the evening's proceedings, transforming what had been essentially a social investigation into a matter of maritime law and formal justice. Monsieur Poirot, the captain begins, his voice carrying the authority of absolute command aboard his vessel, I must thank you for resolving this matter so efficiently. Criminal activity aboard my ship threatens not just individual passengers, but the reputation of the entire line. Your intervention has prevented what could have become a most unpleasant situation. Poirot inclines his head respectfully, understanding the delicate balance that ocean travel requires between passenger satisfaction and shipboard order. Captain Morrison, I was pleased to assist in maintaining the peace and security that your passengers have every right to expect. The Aphrodite's dream deserves her reputation as a haven of civilized travel. The captain's stern expression softens slightly as he considers the evening's resolution. Dr. Hartwell will be confined to quarters under guard until we reach Piraeus tomorrow morning, where he will be turned over to the appropriate authorities. I confess I'm still somewhat shocked by his behaviour. His reputation preceded him aboard this ship, and I had expected nothing but the highest standards of conduct. Captain, in my experience, criminal behaviour often emerges from those we least suspect precisely because their social position provides both opportunity and cover for their actions. Dr. Hartwell's scholarly credentials made him seem above suspicion, while simultaneously giving him the expertise necessary to recognise and covet Madame Vasilikos's treasure. This observation resonates with the captain's own experience managing the complex social dynamics that develop aboard luxury liners. Indeed, Monsieur Poirot, the wealthy and educated passengers who travel on ships like mine often assume that their social position exempts them from ordinary moral constraints. It's a dangerous assumption, as tonight's events have demonstrated. Their conversation is joined by Madame Vasilikos, who approaches with the graceful dignity that has characterized her throughout the evening's ordeal. The restored bracelet catches the chandelier light at her wrist, its silver surface seeming to glow with renewed vitality now that it has been returned to its rightful place. "Captain Morrison, Monsieur Poirot," she says, her voice carrying genuine gratitude mixed with residual emotion from the evening's events. "I wanted to thank you both before retiring to my stateroom. Without your combined efforts, I might have lost not just a valuable piece of jewellery, but the last tangible connection to my grandmother's memory." The captain's weathered features soften with the gallantry that characterized his generation's approach to ladies in distress. "Madame Vasilikos, it was my honour to provide whatever assistance proved necessary. The security of passengers and their belongings represents one of my most sacred responsibilities as master of this vessel." Poirot adds his own assurance with characteristic precision. "Madam, your grandmother's bracelet has returned to where it belongs, carrying with it perhaps additional stories to add to its already rich history. Tonight's events will become part of its legacy, a reminder that beauty and craftsmanship inspire both admiration and avarice in the human heart." Her smile acknowledges the philosophical depth of his observation, while expressing relief that the ordeal has concluded satisfactorily. "You're quite right, Monsieur Poirot. This bracelet has witnessed centuries of human behaviour, both noble and base. Tonight's events simply add another chapter to its ongoing story." The three stand together in the gradually emptying dining salon, each processing the evening's events from their particular perspective. For the captain, it represents a security challenge successfully resolved. For Madame Vasilikos, it means the recovery of irreplaceable family heritage. For Poirot, it provides the satisfaction that comes from seeing justice triumph over criminal cleverness. As if summoned by their gathering, Marcel Duchamp approaches with his violin case securely fastened and his evening clothes somewhat dishevelled by the emotional strain of false accusation and vindication. His artistic temperament has been deeply affected by his brush with criminal justice, leaving him both grateful for his escape and sobered by the recognition of how easily innocent people can be destroyed by clever manipulation. "Captain, Monsieur Poirot, Madame," he says, his accent more pronounced than usual due to emotional stress, "I wanted to express my gratitude before seeking the solitude of my cabin. This evening has taught me lessons about human nature that no conservatory education could provide." The captain's expression conveys both sympathy for the young musician's ordeal and approval of his dignified response to false accusation. "Mr. Duchamp, you conducted yourself with admirable composure under very trying circumstances. I hope this experience won't diminish your enjoyment of the remainder of our voyage." Marcel's smile carries rueful wisdom earned through adversity. "Captain, if anything, this experience has deepened my appreciation for genuine human connections and honest artistic expression. Tomorrow's performances will carry additional meaning born from tonight's encounter with deception and truth." Poirot nods approvingly at the young man's philosophical perspective. "Monsieur Duchamp, adversity often refines rather than destroys genuine character. Your music will indeed carry additional depth as a result of tonight's experiences, and your audiences will benefit from that added dimension even if they never know its source. The violinist's gratitude for this encouragement is evident in his expression and posture. The ordeal that might have destroyed a less resilient person has instead provided him with insights that will enhance both his artistry and his understanding of human complexity. His future performances will resonate with emotional truth earned through personal trial. As the group prepares to disperse to their various accommodations, Lady Pemberton approaches with her daughter Margaret in tow. The sharp-eyed dowager's earlier certainty about Marcel's guilt has given way to chastened recognition of her misjudgment, though her natural authority remains intact despite her temporary lapse in perception. "Captain, Monsieur Poirot," she begins with the formal courtesy that governs her generation's approach to acknowledging error, "I feel compelled to express my appreciation for your handling of this delicate situation. I confess that my initial assessment of the evidence proved embarrassingly incorrect." Her daughter Margaret adds her own perspective with the directness that characterises younger generations. "Mr. Duchamp, I owe you a personal apology for assuming your guilt based on circumstantial evidence. Tonight has taught me valuable lessons about the danger of jumping to conclusions." Marcel accepts their apologies with the grace of someone whose artistic sensitivity extends to understanding human fallibility. "Lady Pemberton, Miss Margaret, your reactions were entirely natural given the evidence as it appeared. I harbour no resentment toward anyone who was momentarily deceived by Dr. Hartwell's clever scheme." This generous response earns approving nods from everyone present, as it demonstrates the kind of mature perspective that transforms potentially bitter experiences into opportunities for growth and understanding. The young musician's refusal to nurse grievances speaks well of his character, and bodes favourably for his ability to process the evening's trauma constructively. Professor Stavros joins their gathering with obvious reluctance, his friendship with the disgraced archaeologist placing him in an extraordinarily uncomfortable position. His scholarly integrity has been challenged by association with criminal behaviour, and his personal judgment has been called into question by his failure to recognise his colleague's true nature. "Ladies and gentlemen," he begins hesitantly, "I feel obligated to address the elephant in the room, as the Americans might say. Dr. Hartwell's actions reflect poorly on our entire profession, and I fear that his criminal behaviour may cast suspicion on other scholars who share his expertise in ancient artefacts." Captain Morrison's response demonstrates the kind of practical wisdom that comes from years of managing complex human situations. "Professor Stavros, one man's crimes cannot taint an entire field of study. The archaeological community's contributions to human knowledge far outweigh the actions of a single member who betrayed his professional ethics." Poirot adds his own perspective with characteristic insight into human motivation. Professor Dr. Hartwell's criminal behaviour arose not from his scholarly pursuits, but from personal weaknesses that exist independently of academic achievement. His expertise provided opportunity, but his character defects supplied the motivation for criminal action. This analysis provides some comfort to the professor, though the personal betrayal will require considerable time to process fully. The recognition that someone he considered a friend and respected colleague could harbour such criminal intentions challenges fundamental assumptions about human nature and professional integrity. Young James Whitmore, who has been observing the adult, interactions with the fascination of someone encountering European sophistication for the first time, ventures his own contribution to the conversation. Professor Stavros, from an outsider's perspective, Dr. Hartwell's actions seem to contradict everything that scholarship should represent. Maybe that's why his betrayal feels so shocking. It violates the very principles that should guide academic pursuit. The observation demonstrates surprising wisdom for someone so young and relatively inexperienced in worldly matters. His American directness cuts through the complex social dynamics that govern European interactions, providing clarity that more sophisticated observers might miss. Professor Stavros nods slowly as he considers the young man's insight. "You're quite right, Mr. Whitmore. Scholarship should cultivate appreciation for beauty and knowledge that transcends personal acquisition. Dr. Hartwell's crime represents the perversion of everything our profession should embody." The conversation continues as the dining salon gradually empties around them, with passengers dispersing to their staterooms and evening activities. The drama has exhausted everyone's emotional reserves, leaving them eager for the privacy and peace that their individual quarters provide. Tomorrow will bring new ports, new adventures, new opportunities for the kind of social interaction that has been temporarily complicated by tonight's betrayal. As the group finally begins to break up, Madame Vasilikos pauses to address them all collectively. My friends, tonight's events have reminded me that valuable things, whether material treasures or human relationships, require both appreciation and protection. I'm grateful that this community of travellers included someone with Monsieur Poirot's abilities to distinguish truth from deception. Her words provide a fitting conclusion to an evening that began with elegant dining and evolved into a complex examination of human nature, trust, and justice. The Aphrodite's dream continues her steady progress through Mediterranean waters, carrying her passengers toward their various destinations, while providing them with memories and insights they never expected to acquire during their voyage. Poirot takes his leave with the quiet satisfaction that comes from justice well served and mystery thoroughly solved. His small, neat figure disappears into the ship's corridors, leaving behind a dining salon that will return to its normal function tomorrow evening, but will never quite lose the memory of the drama that unfolded among its crystal and silver. The chandeliers continue their gentle illumination, casting the same warm light that witnessed both crime and resolution. The elegant appointments remain unchanged, indifferent to the human drama that has played out among their reflective surfaces. Yet something intangible has shifted in the social atmosphere of the ship, a recognition that beneath the veneer of civilization lurk the same primitive desires and moral choices that have challenged humanity throughout history. Captain Morrison conducts his final inspection of the dining salon, ensuring that everything is properly secured for the night's passage. His experienced eyes note details that passengers might miss: the precise arrangement of tables and chairs, the condition of the ship's finest appointments, the subtle signs that indicate whether his crew has maintained the standards of excellence that his passengers expect. Another evening aboard the Aphrodite's dream, he murmurs to himself, though this particular evening will be remembered long after more routine voyages have faded from memory. The captain's logbook will record the incident in the formal language required by maritime law, but the human drama behind those official entries will live on in the memories of everyone who witnessed justice triumph over criminal cleverness. The ship's steady progress through dark waters provides a soothing counterpoint to the evening's emotional intensity. The rhythmic pulse of engines and the gentle sway of the vessel work their ancient magic on passengers seeking rest after an evening that challenged their assumptions about human nature and social trust. In staterooms throughout the ship, travellers settle into their beds with minds full of questions about the nature of civilization and the thin lines that separate order from chaos. Madame Vasilikos sits before her stateroom's vanity mirror, carefully removing her jewellery while the restored bracelet catches lamplight like captured starfire. Each piece carries its own history and significance, but tonight the ancient silver bracelet seems to glow with special intensity, as if its brief separation and dramatic recovery have somehow enhanced its mystical properties. She touches the tiny figures carved into the silver surface, tracing the familiar contours that connect her to her grandmother's memory and her family's long history. Athena's owl seems particularly alert tonight, its many eyes bright with wisdom earned through adversity. Apollo's chariot horses appear to prance with renewed vigour, while Demeter's wheat sheaves rustle with invisible wind that speaks of abundance restored. "Thank you, grandmother," she whispers to the reflection in her mirror, addressing the memory of the woman who first wore this bracelet decades ago, in a world that seems impossibly distant from the luxury liner's modern appointments. Your protection followed me even into the heart of someone else's greed and deception. The conversation with her grandmother's memory provides comfort that goes beyond rational explanation, connecting her to a chain of women who have faced their own challenges while wearing the same silver bracelet. Each generation has added its own stories to the artifact's history, and tonight's events will become part of the legacy she will someday pass to her own granddaughter. In his modest stateroom, Marcel Duchamp sits on the edge of his narrow bed with his violin across his knees, not playing, but simply holding the instrument that represents both his livelihood and his artistic identity. The evening's events have given him new appreciation for the fragility of reputation and the speed with which circumstances can transform an innocent person into a suspected criminal. His fingers trace the violin's familiar curves, finding comfort in the smooth wood and precise craftsmanship that have never betrayed him as human relationships sometimes do. Tomorrow he will perform again for the ship's passengers, but his music will carry additional depth born from this encounter with false accusation and eventual vindication. The young musician understands that his art has been enriched by adversity, that his future performances will resonate with emotional truth earned through personal trial. The experience has taught him that beauty and talent provide no protection against life's injustices, but they do offer resources for processing and transcending those injustices. Dr. Hartwell sits alone in the ship's brig, a secured compartment normally reserved for crew members who violate maritime discipline. The distinguished archaeologist's transformation from respected scholar to confined criminal represents one of the evening's most dramatic reversals, a fall from grace that will echo through the remainder of his abbreviated life. His academic career lies in ruins, destroyed by a few moments of criminal weakness that revealed character defects hidden beneath years of scholarly achievement. The irony that his expertise in ancient treasures led directly to his downfall provides bitter satisfaction to those who believe in cosmic justice, though it offers little comfort to the man himself. The confined space provides ample opportunity for reflection on choices made and opportunities lost. His genuine appreciation for ancient craftsmanship has been corrupted by acquisitive desire, transforming scholarly admiration into criminal covetousness. The bracelet that inspired his downfall possessed beauty that should have been appreciated rather than stolen, admired rather than possessed. Young James Whitmore lies in his stateroom's comfortable bed, staring at the ceiling while his mind processes the evening's revelations about Europe's sophistication and human complexity. His American expectations of straightforward dealing have been challenged by exposure to the subtle deceptions that can flourish in more stratified societies. The experience has provided education that no university curriculum could offer, lessons about the complexity of human motivation and the sophisticated methods that criminals employ to achieve their goals. His future interactions with elegant society will be informed by tonight's demonstration that surface refinement may conceal primitive desires and moral weaknesses. Yet the evening has also shown him examples of genuine character and professional competence that inspire rather than disillusion. Poirot's methodical pursuit of truth and Madame Vasilikos's gracious response to both crisis and resolution provide models of behaviour that transcend national boundaries and cultural differences. Professor Stavros sits at his stateroom's small writing desk, attempting to compose a letter to his university colleagues that will explain his association with a criminal without damaging his own reputation beyond repair. The task proves more difficult than any scholarly paper he has ever attempted, requiring delicate balance between honesty and self-preservation. His friendship with Dr. Hartwell, built over years of shared academic interests and mutual respect, has been revealed as fundamentally flawed by his failure to recognise his colleague's criminal potential. The betrayal challenges not just personal judgment but professional assumptions about the civilising influence of education and scholarship. The letter remains unfinished as he struggles to find words that will convey both shock at his friends, behaviour and confidence in his own continued integrity. The academic community values both honesty and discretion, making it difficult to navigate the competing demands of full disclosure and professional survival. Lady Pemberton sits in her elegant stateroom's armchair, reviewing the evening's events with the analytical attention that has served her well throughout decades of social navigation. Her initial misjudgment of Marcel's guilt represents a rare failure of the observational skills that normally allow her to assess character and motivation with considerable accuracy. The experience has taught her valuable lessons about the danger of accepting obvious evidence without deeper investigation though it has also reinforced her appreciation for genuine expertise when applied to complex problems. Poirot's methodical approach to criminal investigation provides a model for the kind of systematic thinking that she admires in any field of endeavour. Her daughter Margaret lies in the adjacent bed, processing her own lessons about assumptions and evidence from the perspective of someone whose modern sensibilities sometimes clash with traditional approaches to social problems. The evening has demonstrated that neither old-fashioned intuition nor contemporary directness provides perfect insight into human nature. The Aphrodite's dream continues her steady passage through waters that have witnessed countless dramas since ancient Greek ships first carried cargo and passengers between Mediterranean ports. The luxury liner represents the latest chapter in humanity's ongoing relationship with the sea, carrying modern travellers in comfort that ancient sailors could never have imagined. Yet the fundamental human elements that drove tonight's drama — greed, deception, justice, truth — remain unchanged from the classical period that inspired the ship's name. The gods and goddesses carved into Madame Vasilikos's bracelet have observed the same patterns of behaviour for millennia, watching mortal affairs with the patience of immortals who understand that human nature evolves slowly, if at all. Captain Morrison completes his evening rounds with the thorough attention that has characterised his long maritime career. Every system receives inspection, every detail gets catalogued, every potential problem is identified and addressed before it can threaten the ship's safe passage or passenger comfort. His experienced eyes note the subtle changes that occur aboard ship after dramatic events like tonight's criminal investigation. Passengers move differently through common areas, their interactions coloured by new awareness of the complexity that can hide beneath polite surfaces. The social dynamics that govern luxury travel have been temporarily disrupted by exposure to genuine conflict and resolution. Yet the captain understands that time and routine will gradually restore the normal rhythms of shipboard life. Tomorrow will bring new ports, new passengers, new opportunities for both connection and deception. The Aphrodite's dream will continue her mission of carrying travellers safely across the Mediterranean, while providing them with memories and experiences that will enrich their understanding of the world and themselves. The ship's steady progress through dark waters provides a soothing conclusion to an evening that challenged everyone's assumptions about civilization, trust, and human nature. The gentle sway of the vessel and the rhythmic pulse of engines work their ancient magic on passengers seeking rest after emotional intensity that few had expected when they dressed for dinner hours earlier. In the dining salon, now empty except for the efficient cleaning crew that will restore it to perfect condition for tomorrow's meals, the chandeliers continue their gentle illumination of elegant appointments that have witnessed both the best and worst of human behaviour. The crystal and silver gleam with unchanged brilliance, indifferent to the drama that unfolded among their reflective surfaces. The white linen napkin that served as both evidence and hiding place has been removed. Its role in the evening's drama concluded. The tables where passengers sat in ignorance of the criminal plot developing around them bear no trace of the tension and suspicion that temporarily poisoned the air like invisible smoke. Yet something intangible has changed in the social atmosphere of the ship, a recognition that beneath the veneer of civilization lurk the same desires and moral choices that have challenged humanity throughout its long history. The evening's events will be remembered and discussed long after the Aphrodite's dream completes her current voyage, becoming part of the ship's mythology and the passengers' personal understanding of human complexity. As the Mediterranean night deepens around the luxury liner, the restored bracelet catches starlight through Madame Vasilikos's stateroom porthole, its silver surface seeming to pulse with ancient magic that connects present travellers to the chain of human experience. The tiny mythological figures carved into its surface appear to dance in the gentle light, celebrating not just artistic skill, but the triumph of truth over deception, justice over criminal cleverness. Athena's owl spreads microscopic wings in apparent approval of wisdom applied to practical problems. Apollo's horses prance with renewed vigour, pulling their chariot across a silver sky that reflects the real heavens wheeling overhead. Demeter's wheat sheaves rustle with invisible wind that speaks of abundance restored and order re-established after temporary chaos. The bracelet's return to its rightful place represents more than the recovery of stolen property. It symbolizes the restoration of trust, the vindication of innocence, and the demonstration that careful observation and logical analysis can penetrate even clever deception to reveal underlying truth. The treasure that began the evening's drama now concludes it, carrying additional stories to add to its already rich history. Tomorrow will bring Greek shores, ancient ports, new adventures for passengers whose understanding of human nature has been deepened by their encounter with criminal investigation and brilliant detection. The Aphrodite's dream will discharge some travellers while taking on others, continuing her eternal mission of connecting distant places, while providing temporary community for souls seeking adventure, escape, or simply change from their ordinary circumstances. But tonight belongs to quiet reflection, to the processing of lessons learned and truths revealed, to the gentle rocking motion that carries weary travellers toward dreams enriched by their encounter with the complex beauty and persistent darkness that characterize the human condition. The luxury liner sails on through Mediterranean waters that have witnessed countless such dramas, carrying her passengers safely toward tomorrow while leaving in her wake memories that will last lifetimes. The silver bracelet of Salonika rests securely on its owner's wrist, its ancient magic intact, its beauty undiminished by criminal attention, its connection to family history strengthened rather than severed by the evening's ordeal. In the gentle sway of the ship and the soft whisper of waves against her hull, the bracelet continues its journey through time, carrying stories both old and new toward whatever adventures await beyond the horizon's promise of dawn. And so, our tale aboard the Aphrodite's dream draws to its peaceful close, with justice served and truth revealed beneath the Mediterranean stars. The silver bracelet has returned to where it belongs, carrying with it new stories to add to its ancient legacy. If this gentle mystery has helped quiet your thoughts for sleep, I'd love to hear where in the world you're drifting off tonight. Your notes from across the globe remind me that stories, like the sea itself, connect us across any distance. Sweet dreams, fellow travellers. May your rest be as peaceful as calm waters under starlight, and may tomorrow bring its own quiet adventures. Until our next soft-spoken tale, sleep well.